Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to tonight's City Council meeting. At this time, Ms. Best, could we please do roll call?
Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Gore,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Here.
Mayor Bennett, you have 6 present. You have a quorum.
Thank you.
Councilor Holloway, 7 present. Sorry.
She forgot you last night?
She's so quiet.
Is there a motion to approve or amend the agenda?
I move that we adopt the special meeting agenda.
Second.
Councilor Gore? Are we voting? I assumed. I don't know.
I said second.
It's
Okay, so
adopting the agenda.
you're the first to vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sorry.
Councilor Denton,
And what is this?
approving the agenda.
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yeah.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes to approve the agenda.
Okay. To adopt.
Adopt the agenda, excuse me.
All right. Pass it on to Mr. Altman.
Thank you, ma'am. Got a couple of documents in front of you. One is the budget resolution, which is reflective of the other document, which is the cuts that were made last night. I would say that on the document with the cuts, the total amount of the cuts is a little bit more than what is shown on the page. What wasn't captured, unfortunately, was the discussion of the economic development division in my office. So that takes that number from 659 to 698. So we're just a little bit under 700,000 in cuts. So there's we still are looking at a $1.3 million shortfall there. And there's, we have some ways to plug that number for now. So,
That include the schools?
yes, the total budget does include schools.
I know, but they reduced 500,000.
Okay, so,
Mr. Altman, I'm talking
yeah,
to.
thank you, ma'am. The schools did reduce their budget request, and
Thanks to me.
I think we went from 14.5 to 13, was it 13? Because I think there was $1.5 million and then $500,000 that the city could have. Those dollars aren't reflective here because they're not available today. They would become available after the books close today. Those dollars will become available in July.
Right.
So what we would have to do is you still have the hold the plug. If you want to use those funds, you make a budget adjustment with those dollars in January, not January, July or August, whenever you wanted to do it. But they technically aren't available today because the budget year hasn't closed today. Okay. There was some discussion just point out in the budget resolution, the bottom of page 11, the email is, and one, I want to thank Ms. Hudson for reviewing. She did make a couple of changes in here. I don't think she said they were very substantive at all. But so section 24 was that section that I think Mrs. Gore and I have clicked on what she was talking about and sent an email. So we added language to the second paragraph. The city manager is authorized only upon approval of council to transfer between funds from the unassigned fund balance or the rainy day fund, should the fiscal conditions and circumstances prescribe. The rest of it is the same. There was a piece in that email regarding from department to department. I didn't include that because we have times where departments are doing something together one department pays for it, and this is gonna be a very simplistic example. If we have a printer and multiple departments, like say Mr. Thompson upstairs with GIS, and he's got the plotter, and another department needs using that, and they need to replace the ink for that, they transfer those dollars to to the GIS budget so we can purchase it. That having language between department to department would prohibit that kind of working relationship between departments to take care of those things rather easily. And we do that during the year, and I know having managed that department in the past, we do ask other departments to pay for replacement of ink when they run it all out because of their use for maps. So that's just an example of that, and why I didn't include that language. That's up to council. So back to where we are, it's about 700,000 in cuts from last night. There was a discussion of the two economic development items, two economic development lines. And in thinking about it after the meeting, I realized the second one we were talking about is the money to the EDA. There's $20,000 that goes to the EDA in the budget for use. So that's why there's two separate economic developments. There's one for the departmental use in the manager's office, but then there's an EDA line.
That is the money for
I can't hear you.
it's the legacy grant money, I believe. We said it was the facade improvement last night because I misnamed it, but it is not money for them. It is money for them to disperse out of code for the legacy grant, $20,000 every year, and that's what I was trying to make sure that we knew, because I don't think most of us would cut that knowing what that's for.
So those are the two economic development things to provide clarity from last night. Again, so getting back to the shortfall, this is about 700,000 in cuts from last night. And then we have the additional $125,000 created by M&T through the increase. So that puts the shortfall at about, it's 1,175,000 approximately, in round numbers. So we have ways to address that. We've discussed, you can use American Rescue Plan Act funds to plug that hole. In May, the Treasury came out with guidance, basically telling communities to, if you want to, we encourage you to use these funds to pay competitive salaries. That's what we did with police, fire, public works, and sheriff, so it's eligible there. You can look at using your rainy day fund. The rainy day fund is our policy is 10% of our anticipated general fund budget, which is around 58 million, so 5.8. You reduce that by the 1 point, let's just say 1.2 to make it round numbers. And then you have anticipated revenues coming. And I'm gonna, Commissioner Revenue for Office is in the back there, and I don't wanna put them, I'm not putting them on the spot. I'm not gonna ask them a question, but as I sit here, in the fall is when we do our personal property tax billing, and they put their book together and draw down all those numbers from the state and compile them. We know that used car values are going up and going up quickly as a result of all the supply chain issues with availability of new vehicles. I think we're going to see a higher value in the fall when they pull that book down than we anticipated in the budget from a revenue perspective. It's going to give you a couple of things, an opportunity. You may have the opportunity to reduce some of that tax burden on residents, but then whatever you decide to keep, you can use to offset this gap, this hole. So right now, in order to adopt a budget, we have to adopt a balanced budget. We've got to fill that hole, but then with revenue coming in the year, you can replace it and then pull those dollars out, whether it's ARPA money or rainy day fund, you can move those back out with that new revenue. So you just watch that and you will see some additional revenue, I believe, in February when those bills come in. We will know that in the fall before bills go out, because they'll come and we have to set the PPTR rate and all that good stuff. So we'll know what that looks like, and you'll have a good idea heading into the first of the year. But in order to adopt a balanced budget, we've got to plug that hole. There's a couple of ways that we can do it. And so if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
So is the, oh.
Counselor Gore and then Counselor Pelham.
Thank you, Mr. Altman. We talked earlier, as you mentioned, so I just have two follow-up questions. One I forgot to ask you, we ran out of time. When we did the motion for staff to work on the amended budget, we said no more creation of part-time positions because we wanted to freeze everything. Is that reflected in the resolution? Is that just something that we need to continue to just state when we adopt the resolution?
I think you make it, I'll defer to the attorney, but I think you can make it part of your motion as opposed to a part of the, resolution, but I think you can make it as a part of the motion.
Okay, and then my second question, it kind of goes to Mr. Terry, because I tried to ask you earlier. Mr. Terry, the original motion that we also put in was to replenish our communications line item. Was that put back into our budget?
The $21,000,
Yeah.
$3,000 per ward. I think that was part of the motion that was made last week.
You said yeah? Okay, thank you. That was my only questions. Other than that, I just want to say thank you everyone for going through this exercise with us. I know people thought it was pointless, but at the end of the day, we have $700,000 in savings that we didn't have the other day. So at this point, you know, unless there's another alternative to find funds, I'm fine with using the ARPA funds now that I know that, I mean, you can roll your eyes, but we still got $700,000 we didn't have to use for ARPA funds. So I think that's almost $1 million in savings that we can apply to something else. So now that we know that we can demonstrate and prove that we were fiscally as responsible as we can be, I can support it. Thank you for this. And thank you, Dr. Menker, Mr. Byerly, and then also Mr. Terry.
Okay, Counselor Pelham, Vice Mayor Parton, Counselor Denton, and then Counselor Randolph.
On page 2, if we up to $1.1 million and we had a shortfall of almost $2 million, why are we transferring 1.3 for ARPA funds? Should that be less?
It would be a little bit less because I don't know, I'd have to ask Mr. Terry, but I think we probably, and I know I did this afternoon doing my calculations, I forgot about the additional M&T money that was created, and then I was like, oh yeah, we've got that 125 because of the increase. So that we will be able to increase the
You subtract
taxes,
that
the
now?
tax revenue piece, and then adjust the ARPA money down.
So can we do that now since you know it's 120, approximately 125? I mean, do whatever it is so that number can reflect closer
Yep.
to what, how much
Let me try to pull my
rescue funds it is.
pull my calculator up.
And, did
So-
someone mention, oh, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
While you're doing that, I'll ask another question. The other question is, were you speaking about the part-time position for the police force? Are we gonna add this,
We didn't
Oh, we-
talk about that. I'm talking
or
about,
we gonna do it next month?
you're talking to me or something?
One of y'all, whoever,
When I
somebody
made that
said something about
statement-
part-time.
When I made the statement about the part-time, I was referring to the original motion that directed them to do this exercise. We said no part-time positions, so I was still speaking holistically. That's where I was. But the question about the police, that goes to.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna make that as part of the motion. There was, I think, just in what we're talking about right now, for the motion to pass the budget, there's a couple things that I've just been writing to add into it.
So we can have a balanced budget, won't we? I thought about, maybe we could just balance it now, and then our first meeting in July, we have time to digest and make some total amendments, and then add that part-time detective position with the military,
My only, I was just gonna say, my only thought was if we go ahead and authorize it now, it allows the chief to go ahead and advertise it, so he can start working and utilizing that, position to help with the caseload.
Okay, so then.
But I mean, I've
You
got
have
a-
to add back that 34.
Well, I was gonna say, I mean, I've got something, I mean, we did some talking about another outside agency to, reduce. And so, I mean, I think that, ends up making it a wash.
What, okay, so just keep your pencil
Yeah.
and your rest are going. So that number will be reflected at the very end.
Yeah, currently, that
Yeah.
number is gonna be $1,184,916.
There you go. And so,
Currently.
if you add back the 30, how much was it, Mr. Parton?
Just call it
But-
$39,000,
Yeah, I think it was, 34,000?
something.
Yeah, I think
He had sent a
the
new
question-
figure
so
out. It was
the-
32.
This is, and I'm sorry.
That's no, I think it was 32, the last email he sent.
Well, the question that I would say, and we need to have clarity on, it's the position, but does the position require any equipment?
That's what it is.
You know, is it, we're gonna, it's gonna be a
Don't know the
part-time
fringe
detective,
benefits
do we
yet.
expect the detective to have a gun, do we need a taser,
No.
we got, so that's, and I can't remember from the email if
I have a
that
point,
was in there or not.
I have a point of information, a question. If any counselors were here last night, the question was, we knew what the base salary was gonna be, but that wasn't including the fringe. So even if we
Yeah.
did put that
There
in
were no
there.
fringe.
Well, you said it was part-time.
Oh, because it was part-time,
Yeah.
excuse me.
And
But I
detectives
thought,
don't wear uniform.
okay, never mind.
Well,
but then-
I retract my question.
I do have point of information. Again, I'm not against this, but my question is to Mr. Altman. Maybe you can't answer this for us, but this is exactly kind of the same activity that led us in the situation that we're digging ourselves right now. Voting to just do a request on a whim without looking at the information, analyzing the information. If he has a request that wasn't brought to us in this budget cycle, then we need to address that in a different fashion. I'm not saying it's not important, but we are here because we just did mid-year salary raises for the police department and fire and public works and by the same activity. Treasurer's office is coming to us in July to present information about her department and information about the position that she's requesting. I think he should do the same thing. And when he comes, he gives us all of the documentation about what it's gonna cost. Equipment, whatever else this person may need, and get us a total value.
Yes.
And then we make a decision.
And then
Do I
projecting
still have the
it
floor?
out
I
for
know,
5
but do I
years.
still have, is it still my
We have
floor,
to project
Madam
it
Mayor?
out.
So that was my,
You can project
that was
out.
my point, Mr. Almond, do you agree or disagree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but-
And I would also say, and you all received, I'm sorry, Mrs. Pelham, get right, I'm sorry.
No, because
ma'am, go ahead.
all I would say is this. You don't need statistics when you have 4 open murders that happened in the last 2 weeks.
I'm talking about dollars.
I don't care about dollars, I'm saying the man said he needs a detective. People do crime because if nothing is ever solved and taken over across the street to be prosecuted, people think that's a community that you can just come and keep.
Statistics. I said the dollar amounts for what it's gonna cost a position.
He gave us that in the email.
We got a whole email last time, we got.
So what my point is that use that number, if he has to adjust it, then he must have, be able to be adjusted within his own, budget line. Is it more important that we fight over numbers or to get someone on hand to start investigating all the shootings that we've had? So to come to some closure, and it's related.
Mr. Altman wants to say
So I was gonna say,
something.
this specific position he's asking for is for cold cases, not current cases.
What, current cases are cold that they not solved,
Well,
okay?
he's specifically looking
He
at.
did, I know what he said,
Yeah.
but to me, a cold case is any case that have not been solved. If you haven't gotten any, I know traditionally on TV, it's cases is 5 and 10 years old, but personally, he could use that person not just for cold cases. And we need something solved and let the criminals know that they cannot come here and just shoot each other. And I just think it's urgent, and I just think we should add it to the budget.
Counselor Denton and then Counselor, Vice Mayor Parton still have the floor.
I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion that we approve the budget resolution, as presented with the following 4 changes. To add the part-time detective for the police department, cut the part outside agency funding, prevent the creation of part-time positions without city council approval, and the use of ARPA funds to fill the remaining budget gap.
Would you repeat that, please?
Yeah. So it's to approve the budget resolution as presented with 4 changes. The first one, add the part-time detective for the police department, cut the part outside agency funding, prevent the creation of part-time positions without city council approval, and the use of ARPA funds to fill the remaining budget gap.
Second,
Question.
Counselor Pelham.
What?
You
What
have,
happened
I'm
to the
sorry,
two of
Counselor
us?
Denton,
Yeah.
Counselor Randolph, and then Counselor Pelham.
Okay, I would just like to ask Vice Mayor Pardon, do you have a figure of what you're adding back into the budget?
We're not adding, it's actually a reduction. We're actually adding more savings to the budget, so it's less ARPA funds. The part funding's over $40,000, and the part-time detective is about $35,000.
What are you saying, park funds?
Part,
Part.
Petersburg area regional tourism.
Okay,
Are we under
So-
contract with them?
all right.
We
Just-
are a member jurisdiction.
Yeah.
So what you gave us tonight is what we're passing right now? So we did take, I just want to be sure, we took that 5.8 out of the water renewal. It looks
Yeah,
like you did.
That project was set aside.
Set
based on the-
aside till we
Based
can-
on the conversation we had Tuesday evening with industry having to begin to financially plan and come up with the money. If we adopted it, we took the building out of, we agreed to take the building out of capital. You will have a work session end of July, early August. We might have one counselor who's not available at the end of July to meet. Then at that time, we'll discuss the project again, and then a decision can be made as to whether you want to put it in or take it, keep it out.
You'll put it in after we.
Yes.
Okay,
If that decision is made.
okay.
Counselor Randolph, and then Counselor Gore.
I think it was
Pelham.
Pelham.
Oh,
Denton.
Counselor
Agency.
Randolph, Pelham, and Gore.
Well, I certainly am glad we're at least talking ARPA, since I was told earlier in the week we wouldn't be talking ARPA tonight, because we don't have any other recourse. And while I, as the finance person that really looks at everything too, I'm glad that we're saving $700,000, but I'm not sure that we're looking at what we did to staff in the meantime. So, you know, to me, savings are not creating issues with our staff and hardships. I think that we could have done this budget a couple of months ago, as I suggested, and looked at budget cuts after the fact for how we wanted to do them. I 100% agree with Councilor Gore on the detective piece, only because 3 weeks is not going to make that much difference in a cold case. He has detectives full-time that are working open cases and newer cases, which I understand, Ms. Pelham, we certainly want to have that happening. But if the chief felt that a cold case detective was an immediate need, I would have thought he would have put it in his budget and not just mention it as an after effect. I also want to say that and I'll ask our city manager to add this, I have no problems with looking at PART or any other outside organization. We did that 2 or 3 years ago, but I'll ask Mr. Altman to talk about us being a member of PART and what that means, and, you know, how much his thoughts are in cutting. And then lastly, before he says that, I'll just say that I also think that it's interesting that we asked every budget to be cut, but then we add. And I know $21,000 isn't very much for us to add in for our budget. But when you've gone in and asked budget departments to cut their budgets by 10%, and then we turn around and add something to ours that is hard for them to understand why we really need that, maybe an explanation of what we use that for is due, because we've done without it for 3 years, so not sure it's why we're adding it back in. In my opinion, that doesn't send a good message from the top down. That's all I'm gonna say. Mr. Altman, can you help us with the part, please?
So, yeah, we're one of the member jurisdictions of the Petersburg Area Regional Tourism Group. Our current year funding for that is $30,000. The request was to increase it to $40,500 as a result of Chesterfield leaving part and there being a void. Every member jurisdiction was asked to increase their funding level. PART provides us access and familiarization tours that are done through PART in here in Hopewell. I know we brought groups to downtown. We brought groups to Weston Manor. PART funded, and during COVID, it's a couple commercials for downtown businesses. So we get a return from the money that we invest there. It also provides us beyond what we can do ourselves, a reach to a larger crowd through the regional tourism and what the efforts that they push out and do. There's a commercial, I think there's a Weston Manor commercial, of course it comes on at odd hours, but there's some commercials that run on television that get funded because we're a participating jurisdiction. So there are things that we benefit from being a member of PART. I guess my question to Vice Mayor Parton would be, if you're cutting, are you cutting the full $40,000, and then are we saying that we don't want to be a member jurisdiction anymore?
We're just cutting the funding this year and possibly bring it back next year when hopefully we'll have more revenue.
And one is, yeah, okay, and okay. Well, you could use ARPA dollars to fund it.
Yeah.
Because that's one of the eligible expenses. So, we do derive a benefit. We may not see it, but we do. I can tell you the executive board, which I'm the secretary and treasurer on, we spent the last year trying to overhaul all the bylaws and get everything back where we think it needs to be, and then pushing more for marketing out into the communities and trying to line that up so there's an actual tangible, we feel there's a tangible benefit for everybody that's a member through their participation. I mean, I obviously would ask if, we at least keep the $30,000 in there, but that's council's decision.
Okay. Counselor Gore?
No.
Hello.
Oh, Counselor Denton?
Well, I agree that we do need to be a part of PART, and that maybe we can leave that money in the budget or either deal with it as the rescue money, one of the two. Either way, I'm okay with whichever one the majority wants. But if the people want to know why council increased their budget, you can tell it's because we don't have that much communication. Everybody doesn't do Facebook. And so if you do Facebook every minute of the day, then that's your communications, I guess, with your citizens. But there are other means that we can use to communicate with citizens, and that has been, we have not been able to do that. So I think given it's a benefit to the citizens that we be able to communicate with them better. I think that's the primary reason that I voted for it anyway. Again, my question, Mr. Parton, is, are you saying you're eliminating all outside agencies, or you putting the money?
It was just that one.
Which
But
one?
I mean, if city council wants to, do like half of it or keep just
Oh, that's-
30,000.
You said 4 things though. You said outside agencies. That's
No. So I said.
the second one.
Yeah, cut the part outside agency funding.
Okay, so it's 3 things. Detective outside agencies and use the rescue funds.
And to prevent the creation of part-time positions without city
Okay.
council approval.
Part-time positions. Okay, so, all right, so would you take that as a friendly amendment to leave the monies in for part?
You're saying just put in
Yeah.
30,000?
Yes,
Yeah, that's fine.
something. Mhm. And if we need to bring it up in July, we'll give the other monies.
That's fine.
So Mr. Parton, you were more on target. The part-time detective, I pulled the email up. It's $33,280 is what he said.
Okay.
Counselor Denton?
Ms. Counselor
All right.
Or-
She didn't go yet.
Vice Mayor Pardon, Mr. Pardon, your motion, are you saying do that tonight or wait till, as Councilor Gore suggested, till the first meeting in July and then make these adjustments?
No, I'm saying do it tonight.
Your motion is saying, your
Yes,
motion is
correct.
saying tonight.
Correct.
Okay.
Counselor Gore?
Thank you. So I already shared how I feel about the position. Again, doesn't mean I'm not in support of it. I just think that it's just counterproductive to what we just went through the last couple of months. And again, it sets a bad precedent that people can ask for stuff at the last minute and we make adjustments. Had Public Works, who I love dearly, I advocate for them to get their raises, did the same thing, or Development did the same thing, or another department did the same thing, then we would be continuing a process that is bad management. And then also, not to mention, it also sets a tone for morale with other departments when a request can be given just freely, and we jump to it when it comes to the police department. Again, I'm not trying to, single them out, but I'm just saying that's always what happens. And there again, it wasn't sent to all of us originally. You received an email, you shared it, and so we all got it. This wasn't a group conversation at first. So I'm not opposed to considering it. I'm not opposed to it. I just think that it's being handled and not in the best manner. I think it should be treated the same as a treasurer's position, with a presentation, accurate documentation and numbers. And I think that should be the precedent we set for everyone. And truth be told, I think if a budget position isn't presented to us in a budget cycle, it shouldn't get funded, period, and raises. But I understand that this was mentioned during the conversation. That's the only reason why I'm entertaining it. And the treasurer's, of course, was presented in the budget, so fine. But along those lines, I don't think waiting 3 weeks is going to cause everything to fall apart. There's a whole entire police force that is working on these things. The chief has implemented new projects and procedures. I do not think it's going to, one person part-time added for unsolved cases is going to change if the city is able to combat the crime that we have right now. We have qualified, capable people doing the work every day right now. So I just don't see the need to not go through this in the best manner. With that being said, in terms of this budget cuts and funding, I've always been a proponent of not using ARPA funds, so I'm not going back on that. I can stand by the fact that I did the exercise to make sure that I can justify my vote for this. My biggest concern was how we fund next year's budget if we're starting off a budget this cycle in the whole. And the reason why the 700,000, even it might be small to some, is a big deal, because at the end of the day, citizens this year are going to be facing water rate increases. We just talked about last night when I asked about the trash collection contract, additional charges being put on citizens coming up. So it's water rate, trash and recycling. Real estate assessments we know is going up. Personal property we know has gone up. So they're already getting hit from all angles. And so if there is a way for us to cut our budget so that next year we don't have a big hole to fill with the only option at that point would be to raise taxes, because everything else has been tapped out. We even hit industry, and I wasn't even a fan of that. Mr. Albin knows. But we had to do what we had to do. So the only other option we have is to raise taxes on top of all that. So in order to really make sure you are doing your best and being responsible is to do what we did. And to end with the communication for citizens, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, council cut our budget to the bare minimum during the pandemic. We did not have communication money, so we could not communicate to our citizens during a pandemic when no one knew what was going on. We could not travel to get information from the federal government and other state partners to train ourselves on how to respond in a pandemic. We cut all of our resources that we could give to people during a pandemic, and we have nothing else to give. So there's reason why we didn't have any cuts to offer, because we don't have nothing to give. So yes, I asked for communications from citizens to be included. 5 of us agreed to that, because at what point do you not, we have to communicate to people. We have redistricting, we have trash, we have ARPA funds, we have all these things that are going on. Citizens know what's going on. And if their money is gonna be spent on anything, it should be to communicate to them by their elected leaders. So I hardly doubt that we will get slammed for putting money back into our budget solely to communicate to the people that put us in these positions to govern them and to make sure that we're being responsible on their behalf. I know my ward is not gonna complain, because I've been being asked, where's my communication? I print out to them every quarter. So with that being said, I'm unfortunately not gonna be able to vote for this because of that one thing I mentioned, but overall, I think it's a solid budget with all the work that was put into this. I wanna thank the 5 counselors for coming together and putting all of our requests on the table and coming to this as a group.
Okay, I do have one comment before. And I second it, so we can put a motion on the floor, so we can get moving tonight. However, I do not approve of the position of the police department because of the situation that we're in right now. I do feel like there should be planning. We should have we need justification, planning, and projection, and that should be done with the city manager's office. That shouldn't come up to us. Effort, and everyone is passionate about their organization or their department, and you're gonna fight for your department, and you're gonna say, this is exactly what we need. But we also came together when we said we don't have enough money and we need you guys to cut. And we had departments sacrificing so many things that they actually do need. And I just don't feel it's appropriate this time to take that money that they cut from their budget to place to someone else. It's like, I'm not gonna say the word, but it's not true, it's not good, right? The second thing is with the Petersburg area regional tourism. I would like to give them the full funding, but if you guys are at a consensus where you wanted to just keep it deducted 10,000, it's just something that the citizens really need. We need that. Don't take away benefits from the citizens. They do pay their taxes to get these little incentives, so just want you to think about that. And if I could make a motion, I'd say let's just go ahead and adopt the original budget that we had before all the cuts.
We have a motion pending.
I'm joking.
Oh, okay.
She was like,
Point of information.
Councilor Pelham?
Point of information is that this detective, I don't know, I think not only is the budget, it's like it's a fire and you want to go through a procedure to put the fire out. There are families that are hurting also. I know y'all saying cold cases, like it's 3 weeks don't make a difference, but it may make a difference. If I had a child, if it was your child who was dead 3 years ago, would you want someone working on it tomorrow, or do you want them working on it 6 months from now? Put yourself in the position of that mother who lost the children, the father, the sister, the brother. And so that detective is very key in doing that. And again, we'll agree to disagree. I haven't said that in a long time. But I agree to disagree, but the point is, it's family members who are hurting every day. You don't feel that, they do. But if it was your child, I think you'd have a different opinion. Because you don't wait for procedure when there's something, a fire in front of you. You don't go check a manual and say, oh, wait a minute, what's step one, step two? And I think it's not reactionary. It's something that wasn't a part of the budget. But the 4 murders didn't happen in our city when he submitted his budget either.
4 murders.
Murders, not just somebody getting shot. We had 4 murders, a robbery. I mean, last week was terrible, the last 10 days. So again, I do stand fast on the fact that one day could make a difference and make that family feel like we are empathizing with them. So my point is to vote for it.
I just want to make a comment. I do care about the families.
I know you
It's
do.
not
I
about,
said-
but I'm just saying the
I know,
overall
I know, but
picture. Because we
the
can't
overall-
start something we can't keep.
But you can't compare it to development in public works.
Well, it
When
depends on
crime is a
perspective.
whole different thing to me. It's just like if you want,
That's
that's
your
just my
perspective,
opinion.
yeah.
So we agree to disagree.
Vice
It's
Mayor,
okay?
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yeah, those were actually a lot of comments that I was gonna say is that this request, yes, it did come last minute, but also so did, 4 murders. And I think that this also shows the community and gives them some reassurances that, we're taking steps in the right direction. And if this, doesn't pass tonight, then it doesn't pass tonight. I'll just, talk with, the mayor and, the city manager and see if we can try to get this on the January agenda. But
July.
July, I'm
Oh
sorry.
my goodness.
No. July agenda. And see if we can get it approved there. But, I mean, we've got to, start, breaking inertia, as my dad would always say. That's the hardest thing to do, is to, just get moving in the right direction. And I think that that's, something that this position will do. Because he said it wasn't just for cold cases, but it was to also assist detectives with the current homicides that are being investigated right now. And so, probably more than likely he'll end up, tag teaming. But I mean, I don't think it could ever hurt to ever have extra reinforcements in there. So with that, I'm just going to call for the vote.
I object.
is that possible?
I'm just,
For someone to call to the vote and then object?
The objection is out of order, but
Out of order.
certainly.
Out of order.
Boy, was I gonna find a new tactic if that worked.
I was just a little taken aback.
Where's that in the rules?
Oh,
I do have
Okay.
Counselor Randolph and then Counselor Gore.
I need to make a motion.
I thought we made a call for the vote.
Yeah.
Well,
we didn't get a second.
Do we still have to?
Okay, I was
Can I
trying
move
to, I was
something?
trying again. Thank you for being on it, Miss Cynthia. I can't, that's
The mayor actually said she seconded for discussion, so.
Thank you, thank you.
can I make a substitute motion?
Okay,
I move that the
And
council.
you can do a
so
substitute.
It's clear for the clerk, is this a substitute, you're moving a substitute to Vice Mayor Parton's motion? Because that's the one I understand is pending.
Right.
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 Is it appropriate for me to make the motion that you wrote for me tonight now?
Oh, that's not a substitute motion,
Okay.
that's a point of order that you might ask me.
Information. Okay, so when do I do that?
Now is fine.
Okay.
It's just a comment.
Point of information that, before the council acts, I would like to separate the budget for the schools, from the regular, budget. And then we vote separately on that. I would like not to be a part of that by virtue of my employment as in the administrative group in Hopewell School System. I feel like I have a personal interest in the budget transaction, more so this year. Therefore, it is in my best interest not to vote on the school budget. While this interest is not legally disqualifying in this instance, as a matter affects a general class of more than 3 persons, of which I'm only one, I choose to disqualify myself from participation this year, given the school budget provisions specified to school administrators. So, when you vote on the budget, I would like to be excused, Madam Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Counselor Pelham, at least it was my intent to suggest that language to you as a motion to just have the school budget voted on separately so that you could excuse yourself as you'd like to do from that vote.
Yeah.
But that you be able, as you may, to vote on the rest of the budget. You're not trying to absent yourself from the entire budget
No,
vote, right?
but that's what I'm saying, I don't want
So
to,
essentially, you're looking to divide the motion.
and I don't want to vote on this, what's on the floor now, because,
It would include the school budget.
yes, ma'am. So can we do the school, how can we do that? Since the motion's on.
That would be a motion that needs to be voted on prior to Vice Mayor Parton's motion. So the motion properly then is to divide the subject matter so that the school board budget may be voted on separately in order for Councilor Pelham to recuse herself from that
So,
vote.
since the
And
motion
it's-
is on the
is it-
floor, do I do that will be the substitute motion?
Actually, you can do that by consensus. If nobody objects to your excusing yourself from the vote on the school budget, then that is how it shall be. So
Are there any objections?
I'm fine with
Maybe
it.
I should to make it.
We're trying to get out of here.
Is that where that objection comes in?
I will excuse myself.
Go ahead.
I have a point of order, not a bad one. I swear it's not a bad one. Can we do the same thing for, after we do the school one, so she can come back? When we do the rest of the budget, can we break out these into individual motions too?
As long as they're specific, as that one is.
Yeah.
And again, to keep things clean, this would amend essentially Vice Mayor Parton's motion so that it's not a vote on the whole budget.
Right.
It's a vote on those budget items with the 4 qualifiers that he named, other than the school budget.
Yeah.
And what's your issue? Councilor
No.
Gore? Which one?
You
I like
wanted
3
the
of the
4.
4.
You wanted
Oh,
4.
individual.
Yeah.
Well, we can go through and just,
That's what
Yeah.
they do, yeah.
Well, then, I don't know, do you want to withdraw your
Yes.
motion, Vice Mayor Parton?
I'd feel much better if we just did it and then just go through and.
And do it by each fund? Is that?
No, she's saying the 4 qualifiers.
Oh, the 4, I understand, okay, I'm sorry, my mistake.
Yeah.
So you're gonna do the 4 qualifiers and then our main budget and then the school budget?
You need
No.
to do the school
Okay.
budget first, so Mrs.
Yeah.
Pelham can
Yes,
come back.
she-
Yeah.
Then the main
She wants
budget,
to
Yeah.
participate in the rest.
school budget, main budget, 4
No,
qualifiers.
I would do the 4 qualifiers first, they set up the main budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. School for main.
Okay,
Mr.
I would-
Altman is exactly right.
Thank
fine.
you. And I would suggest, I mean, you can vote on Mr. Parton's motion, because if I'm counting straws, it seemed like 4 people were opposed to it, and that would kill it, and then you could bring back.
Well, now that you
We
say it
can't-
that way, I was trying to give you a fighting chance, but never mind, we can go ahead. I was trying to be fair.
All right, so by consensus, you've agreed right now to take the school budget separately, so there needs to be a
Yes.
motion to adopt the school budget,
All right.
or whatever your pleasure is.
so moved. For as presented.
The motion is to adopt the school budget as presented.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor,
And the school budget is.
seconded. Roll call.
Excuse me, just for clarity purposes,
Yes,
can
ma'am.
we say what the total budget is and, just for clarity, so we know what we're voting on, there's no misconstruing anything. Can we do that?
Are you
13
okay
million?
with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
That's
Please
mine.
add the 13 million.
So we-
13 million?
Yes, please.
You can read it into the record.
So the transfer to the from the general operating fund to schools is $12.5 million. If I understood correctly, schools reduced their budget, and then you will come back in July like we do and do a supplemental appropriation to fund the remaining
For 1
amount.
million.
Right.
Yes.
So
That's
it's
correct.
12.5 million?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just want everybody to be on the same page, know what we're doing. Yes, yes.
But that was agreement.
Are we ready?
Roll call.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay,
You want me to get her?
yeah, I'll get her.
Patience, I'll go.
No, you should. You move too fast. Excuse me.
We all go, Jill.
She's,
Sorry. Just like, I wanna have that energy. I'm just ready
she
to
has
go.
the
I'm
best
sorry.
energy. She really does.
Yes, yes.
You were eating? Yeah, my guys is spread. That's nice.
All right, so we'll go through each qualifier one by one. I move that we add the part-time detective to the police department.
Budget,
Second,
to the budget,
Yeah, to the budget.
yeah.
are we making second?
Yeah, you seconded it.
Ready?
Mhm.
Counselor Gore,
No.
Counselor Denton,
No,
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
No.
Counselor Randolph,
No,
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Motion fails, 4-3.
All right, next one is to reduce the part outside agency funding to $30,000.
Second.
Ms. Bell can get that.
confused.
Can get it.
Okay. Counselor Gore,
Yes.
We're not asking questions?
one
Give us 1 second.
I'm
One
sorry.
second. I'm trying to hear what's going on. There's a lot
Did I
of
go too
commotion out here.
fast?
question on the motion.
You have a point of information? Okay,
Yeah, because they didn't.
You
What
just need to
is
call
in
for
the budget?
discussion, Mayor.
4,500.
Oh, we don't have it.
40,000.
Let it do a second. Let's get a second.
We
and then-
did.
We
There was
did?
a second,
Okay,
yeah.
discussion.
So it was in the budget for
$40,500.
40,500.
Yeah, which was a $10,500 increase.
Counselor Randolph?
And I'm confused because we talked about whether we were gonna reduce it or take it out of ARPA funds, and so we must have decided we were gonna reduce it by 30%?
That's the motion.
Okay, that's the motion, but I thought we were gonna do something different, that's why I was a little confused with the motion. Okay,
An
thank
amended
you.
motion.
I have a question.
Counselor Gore?
So I think we're gonna reduce it by 30K, leave it in the budget. But I was talking to Mr. Altman earlier about the whole part money, da-da-da-da. And, you know, I voiced concerns about the money that we give to the chamber for tourism. I really haven't seen, what we thought we would be getting for that. So can we do the same thing with the chamber's portion that we give them for tourism and, take that out of ARPA this time? I'm only reason why I'm asking because part, well, it's because, it may be not, because it's both tourism money, so that's how I was, I'm generally asking this, so if it's too much, I can wait until this motion's over
That's probably appropriate.
to wait. Okay, I'll wait.
Just as a matter of good form.
She just
and
tells us all
procedure,
like it
this
is.
You're going down another avenue about another budget, and this motion is solely
Well,
with
because I was
respect to
gonna,
this subject matter, which
I'll
involved a
stand-
particular appropriation.
I'll stand down, but I was asking a question because it was gonna change how I vote on this one.
Me too.
So, I don't know what to do now.
Either, that's why I asked my question, I didn't either.
Don't look at
Let's
me.
just vote.
Roll call.
Counselor Gore,
Silence.
There's no silence.
That's an option.
Well, abstain is an option.
Yeah. But you have
Silence
to have a
means
reason
yes.
for abstaining, don't you?
Yeah, silence is a yes, but I'm not saying yes.
Excuse me, I'm gonna put a pause. Can you
Silence is an actual.
excuse me, there's a lot of commotion. I need it. Some of us can't hear the motion. Can you restate it, please?
motion is to reduce the part outside agency funding to $30,000. Continue
Roll
with the
call.
vote.
Continue.
Counselor Gore,
Next person.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, I'm waiting on you.
Some
So
reasonable
I'm
doubt.
looking at your rules now, ask them to pick you last, and then I can.
Yes, yes.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
I can see the silence. This is the latest.
Motion passes.
I'll look over it. I'll look over it.
So, what was the vote? I'm sorry.
4-2-1.
4-2-1 to pass. Okay.
4-2. Wait,
4 to
what?
2.
Yeah.
Well,
Do I count? I don't count
I
Counselor
voted
Gore.
no.
well, I think the
voted no.
question is surrounding Ms. Gore.
You do count her.
Okay.
It doesn't matter, because even if you vote
It's,
for
yes,
It
but
passes
in
either
the
way.
record that I was trying to be silent, yes.
Okay, okay, thank you.
So are you with the fifth?
She said yes.
That's fine.
yes.
She
Okay.
changed it.
Didn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, it passed already, so it doesn't
Yeah.
make a
Right.
difference.
Vice Mayor Parton,
All right, I move that we adopt the budget resolution as presented with the last two qualifiers of preventing the creation of the part-time positions without city council approval and the use of ARPA funds to fill the remaining budget gap.
That's two motions in one.
Okay. I move that we prevent the creation of part-time positions without city council approval.
Second.
Me?
Did
Yeah,
you have your
thank
light on?
Yeah, I did. The question is, should the motion, or do we have to say that we want to direct the city manager, or can we just vote and it's automatic for him to, whoever's gonna be the next city manager knows that they have to?
The next city manager would be charged with knowledge of what council directives are.
So, yeah, but
And
I'm just
limitations.
saying, we don't have to say we charge the city manager, we can just say this is what has to happen.
You don't have to say
Okay,
that.
okay.
Although you could certainly ask Vice Mayor Parton if he'd accept that friendly amendment, and it wouldn't be out of order.
Okay?
what was
Point
the,
of clarification,
Yeah.
information, are you asking him to change that wording?
No,
Oh, okay.
can you just move ahead with the wording? Counselor
it
Gordon,
doesn't
you got your-
matter, it's not
Got
worth
your
it.
light on?
No, I was just trying clarification.
Roll call.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
All right, and then the last one is to use ARPA funds to fill the remaining budget gap.
Second.
Oh,
Restate that, please?
Dollar
To
amount.
use ARPA funds to fill the remaining budget gap.
give it,
To use.
Dollar amount.
can you give the dollar value for Counselor Randolph?
He's got it.
So we didn't add the positions, so we're back at that original number, Mrs. Pelham, at $1,184,916.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes, I'd like to also thank the departments and, who were very much a part of the budget this year to reduce their budgets in an effort so that citizens can feel like they're not the only persons that have to pay taxes to cover everyone's expenditures. So I thank you for your indulgence with us, and, the one thing I would like to say, none of the directors seemed to me like they were not genuine when they were saying that we could live with this cut. So I think it shows a stand-up attitude, and it shows a team effort in everybody. Thanks to Ms. Casetta, to Mr. Terry, Mr. Altman, all of you directors. Thank you, guys. And I wasn't in favor of the ARPA funds, but it has reduced it significantly. We will be in the hole, but with the assessments going up next year, I think we'll be able to balance that off. Especially if the real estate, the way it's going now, we definitely will be able to balance that, plus potentially give a tax cut, but who knows, but it will definitely help. Thank you.
I see your light on. Yes. Yes.
And I would also like, besides the directors, I would also like to thank our finance director, Mr. Whitaker, and our city
No,
manager.
that's Mr. Terry.
Mr. Terry.
A few years ago.
I'm sorry, Mr. Terry, and our city manager. And I'll try and get this one right, March Altman.
Mark Haley.
That was a good one.
She's on drugs for her nose.
Maybe I better stop while I'm not ahead. But anyway, I would like to thank them for trying to guide us during this period, and I do appreciate the long hours that you have put in. Thank you.
Roll call?
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Vice Mayor Parton?
I thought you were leaning on it.
Make a motion, we adjourn.
Okay.
Do you have a,
My question, you told me to wait.
oh, excuse me.
Because I know what you're about to do next, and it's going to affect that. Mr. Altman, so back to the question about the chamber tourism allocation. So we give them funding, then we give them a little extra for tourism. So what I was talking to you about earlier, and Vice Mayor Parton, is between part and that money for tourism and the economic development money that we just reduced, like we could really look at something to have a position in the future for economic development tourism wrapped together. My question was, should we just go ahead and do that now so that way we can start that planning process? And I see Parton try to get jump on it. Clearly you said hold, because you said let's plan first,
Yes.
then do the pool. But my question is, if we take this part money, because I know right now it's technically in the budget, but we haven't adopted a budget. Can we take the tourism allocation that we give to the chamber to do the same thing with the ARPA funds?
You mean reduce the chamber's money?
No.
Okay.
Well, yes, and
Yeah,
take,
yes, you
reduce
can
and
do that.
take, yeah, that and fund with ARPA.
Yes, you
And this
can.
is
So-
probably the last year, depending on what council wants to do.
Well, so yes, you can definitely use ARPA dollars towards business promotion and assistance, and tourism falls under that. And tourism is actually one of the umbrellas that is in there. So yes, you can use those dollars, and we actually have some money coming to us through recreation to do some of our own videos. But yes, we can use ARPA dollars to plan for, or you could, and so you could create a position if you wanted. Now, if we were to do that with ARPA funds, we'd have to be clear it's grant funded, and you would probably want to fund it through 2026, because that's when we have to have.
You said we'll
But
wait for
that's
the
why I'm
budget
saying
cycle
we
for
wanna
the person.
plan it. We want to
Yeah.
plan it.
Yes.
We want to sit down and plan it and make sure we do it all right. And I'll say, very similar to the detective discussion tonight, let's step back, let's figure out what we want to do, make sure we got it right, and then let's nail it down and then bring that forward.
Okay,
Yeah.
and if we do that approach, if council agrees,
Mhm.
then if we take parts money and chambers money, move them out the budget, fund them with ARPA funds, that gives this money for the detective. We already have it, clearly that's what Parton was trying to do. But it allows us to truly have enough coverage for that position in the budget.
Absolutely, and additionally, depending upon timing of year that you want to do some of these things, right? So as we were talking earlier, and we said earlier, when they get to the fall with their personal property tax numbers, you're gonna have an idea of how much additional money, so we balance the budget right now, right? There's gonna be some additional money that now, I truly believe that you'll be able to do some of these things with if you want to.
Yeah.
So,
So,
And give a rebate.
yeah.
I won't steal your thunder with the overall budget, but I would like to make a motion to pay for to remove the part allocation at $30,000 from the budget and remove the tourism allocation provided to the chamber from the budget and to fund that with ARPA funds.
In full? Both of them in full?
Yes.
Okay. So that's 46.
So that leaves up 2 pots of money free for your detectives.
So.
As long as you commit to the detective.
I'm trying to help you out.
That's
make
okay,
you feel
just,
comfortable with
that's
it.
okay, just give
So,
me, just give me the commitment.
Yeah, I'm doing
Okay,
it now.
that's all I need to hear. Second. I just want a commitment, that's all I want.
Question.
46.
And it's on record. You
That's
have
all,
me
that's
on
all
tape.
I
You have me
need.
on tape.
That's all I need.
46, 440.
How's that gonna balance the budget if you're taking something out?
We didn't pass
She said
No,
in
we
full.
didn't pass the budget.
what I asked.
Y'all passed this.
Excuse me.
potential ask.
resolution.
Excuse me, when we were talking about the funds in ARPA for part, are you talking about the 40,500 they asked for, or
No, the
30,000?
30,000 that
So
he.
you're only talking, that's why I asked in full,
You said in full,
Oh, right, what I meant full, I meant the 30,000 that was passed.
because what they asked for was 40,500.
I don't know if they're gonna go with that number, so I put 30,000 because that's what
Okay.
just recently passed.
So that would be 440 total,
Right,
because we fund the chamber,
46, 440.
yeah.
You said we funded.
Chamber gets 46, 440
440 is outside funding, agency funding.
in the budget.
I mean, so, I mean, truthfully, I'm fine with giving them both 30 and calling it a day. But, I don't know how other people feel like that, but whatever that number is, as long as we can agree to take it out of ARPA funds and out the budget, that's cool. So I leave the floor open because my motion is on the floor, incomplete as it may be, with the number. I'll adjust the number.
Can I ask a qualifying question?
Absolutely.
please do.
When you talk about using ARPA money, are you talking about adding it to this ARPA money we just approved or coming back?
The back one, when you come
Okay,
back with the
yeah,
other
because I was
acts.
like thinking, oh my gosh, we just approved this.
No.
Now- Okay,
Right.
thank you.
So you, oh, excuse me, we're gonna
You
take
have a
this out
question?
completely? Yeah, I have a point of information. So
Okay,
that
point of
means we take it
information.
out completely from the budget, not, okay. So that's, I just wanted to make sure that's what we were doing.
And then we come back later with that, with knowing we have this delta of money now to talk about all the detective holistically.
Yes.
Cool, all right.
Counselor Pelham? Did you have your light on?
I did, never mind.
Okay,
Did you get your question answered?
I wasn't saying.
I'm confused.
Okay, I have to say something. I did not say no for the detective completely. My point I was making was the planning purposes, a projection. That's the same reason why we're in this position right now, which we state that we, next year, council, you guys really have to face raising taxes. I mean, because we're just plugging holes here, and we can't cut anything else from anyone else's department. And I understand this, I really appreciate you two, I really do, you guys keep me young. These two, working together and coming up with this plan, but I just have to tell you, it's not that I don't want the position, it's just not fair that we took money from different departments and we're gonna add for something. I mean, it is important to have this position, but the reason for us cutting the budget is so it could be all the way across the board. So I leave you guys with that.
Like I said, as long as you commit to it, that's all that I'm asking.
You talking about her? Are you talking to me?
Yeah. She just said she committed.
Oh, you talking to her?
Well,
Yeah,
let me
okay.
clarify my commitment. What do you get my commitment being? I mean, I support the position. I want to see the information. The information
Right.
is lacking, then I'm still not going to vote for it. But the information is there and it's solid, then sure, I have no problem supporting
Yeah,
it.
that's what I'm saying.
None of
Yeah.
us do.
I just want to make sure, like I said, before I go into this.
I mean, if we get a piece of paper with a number, then no. So,
Yeah.
Roll call.
Is there, what we voting for now?
Restate the motion.
The motion is to remove the part allocation at $30,000 from the budget and tourism, and I put in that figure, $46,440 from the budget, and fund with ARPA monies in the fall.
Not in the fall.
Not in the
We're not
fall?
gonna do it in the fall, are we? It'll be.
I thought you guys said in the fall, did I
They're
take
gonna
that
want their
out?
money.
Yeah, they're gonna want money.
Okay, so then to fund with ARPA monies, in the story, right, okay.
okay. And what was the total number? The 70 something?
76,440.
Okay.
We can, and I don't know if Mrs. Gore what time frame she was thinking, but we could have a budget amendment or actually a request to allocate funding for the first half of the ARPA money that you budgeted in full, but you didn't allocate it all. We can bring that to you in July at the in that next meeting and just knock that out.
You ready for the?
Roll call.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
No.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Ready for the final one?
That's a record.
All right.
I'm just swaying for
Hopefully.
myself.
Now, so I don't think you've ever had a 6-1 before. Welcome to the club.
I'm gonna play the lottery tonight.
All right. I move that we adopt the budget as presented with the qualifiers that passed tonight.
Second.
Yeah, with
Or as amended.
Yeah, as amended.
I'll second
Dies for
that.
I don't see any lights. Counselor.
As amended, that is just what we were just talking about, the tourism. Okay.
All of that stuff.
Yeah.
So, was there a second?
Yes.
Oh, Gore, okay.
Roll call.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Hallelujah.
Have a good night.
This is unreal.